Hi, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my channel. Have you ever wondered how universities or bootcamps efficiently match students with final year projects? In fact, manually sorting them through preferences and grades can be a huge headache. Well, in this video, I'm excited to showcase my full stack Angular Spring Boot project assignment system built in order to automate and streamline this entire process. In this video, we will explore Spring Boot RESTful API, the model view controller pattern, and how to use Spring Data JPA for seamless database interaction. We will also enhance our algorithmic reasoning and understanding of data structure by working with essential Java collections such as ArrayList, HashMap, and HashSet. On the front end, we will dive into Angular's core concepts, including models, components, templates, and services. We'll cover routing and navigation for smooth page transitions and practice data binding to connect our UI with backend logic. By the end, we will be equipped with skills to develop dynamic, scalable, and smooth web applications. So without further delay, let's deep dive into our project. In order to create Spring Boot application, all we need is to search in Google Spring Boot Initializer. Click on the first website, which is start.spring.io. Choose the project type to be Maven, and then change the project metadata to com.smooth code and the artifact to project assignment. We will let the Java version to 17 by default, and then we will add Spring Web dependency, Spring Data JPA, Spring DevTools, and MySQL driver. After verifying all these steps, we will click on Generate button. We will wait till our zip file is created. Then we will copy it to desktop and extract it. We will open IntelliJ IDE and then click on Open PC Desktop Project Assignment. Then the folder name. Click on OK. After importing the project, we will need to go under Sources, Main, Resources, and we will find a file called application.properties. In this file, we will configure our SQL URL and our SQL credentials. But before doing that, let's first create our database. So in order to create database, make sure guys to have MySQL installed in your system, and then go to MySQL command line client. I will write my password, which is root. Excuse me, command line client root. Okay, then I will write the command create database project assignment. Okay, the database has been created. We can verify that it has been created. Show databases. Okay, we can right now close the command line client and then configure our properties. I will start by Spring URL. So I will write Spring dot data source dot URL, which is JTBC colon MySQL colon two slashes localhost colon port number, which is by default 3306, and then MySQL database name, which is for our cases project assignment. I will allow public key retrieval and I will disallow SSL for this web application. So I will add these options, allow, allow public key retrieval equal true and use SSL equal false. Okay, then I will add Spring SQL username property, which is root for me, and it's the same for the password. And I will add SQL strategy. So I will write Spring dot JPA dot Hibernate dot DDL auto equal create. So the tables will be created automatically once we launch our application. And I will change the default port for Spring Boot from 8080 to 9090. Alright, everything is fine. So let's try to run our application. So we'll click on Java project assignment and then run. Alright guys, our application is running perfectly on port 9090, so we can move to other stuff. Although our application is running perfectly in our development system, it will be good practice to set some dynamic properties like the server port as an environment variable for better scalability and readability. For instance, to change the server port property to an environment variable, all we have to do is to put it in a curly braces dollar and assign a name to it. So I'm gonna name it server port all capital letter separated by underscore. So basically this format is meaning that if server port environment variable is not created or it is null, we can take 9090 as the default value. And in order to create an environment variable, all we have to do is to go to run, edit configuration, and then set our specific environment variable. So I'm gonna write server port right there and give it different port like 9191. I'm gonna click on apply and then okay, and I will see if my change will be applied or not. Alright guys, the changes have been applied and the port is set to 9191. So right now we can move on and modify the other properties like MySQL strategy. my SQL username and password and set it to environment variables. So please guys follow along with me. Alright, after setting all the dynamic properties as environment variable, I'm gonna delete the environment variable created by me, which is the server port, because we basically don't need it. And we will try to rerun the application after deleting all the environment variable. So the system will take the default one instead. In this application, we are having mainly two classes, a project class with a unique incremental ID and a name, and a student class with also a unique incremental ID, a name, and an average. The relationship between these two classes is many to many, which means that a student can choose many projects, and a project can be chosen by so many students. Before creating our classes, we need first to create the package model. So for this purpose, I'm gonna right click and choose new package. Gonna name it to model. And in this package, I'm gonna right click and choose new Java class. Name it to project. For our project class, we are only having two attributes, private int ID and a private string name. You can right click and choose generate, or you can even press Alt and Insert in order to create getters and setters. I'm gonna choose both ID and name for both getters and setters. And I will also add the toString method. Don't forget that we need to create our project table automatically. So for this purpose, I will add entity annotation, add table name, table plus table name equal project will make the ID unique and auto incremented. So I'm gonna add ID and add generated value strategy equal generation type dot ident. I'm gonna add column annotation for the name attribute. And that's all for the project. I believe that we haven't forgotten any stuff. So we can move on and work on our student class. So I'm gonna right click and click on new Java class. Gonna name it student and I will add the required attribute. I will start by an ID, then private string name, an average with type double, and a list of projects. Gonna name it projects. Don't forget to import java.util and we will generate getters and setters for all the attributes. And to string method, we will also add entity annotation and add ID annotation for the ID. Add generate value basically the same as the project strategy equal generation type dot identity and the other columns. And for the list of project, we will add many to many and add join table annotation in order to create a separate table that contain both student and project's primary keys. So I'm gonna write add many to many, add join table, gonna name it the table to student project name equal student project and the first join column will be the student ID and the inverse join column will be of course the project ID. Only one equal. We need also to keep track of the order of choices of project. So for this reason, I'm gonna add another column called project order. Need to write add order column name equal project order. So basically, after add many to many add join table and add order column, we will get a separated table called student project with a student ID, a project ID, and a project order. So I guess I have added all the required attributes. Now I will press the run button and see whether our table have been created automatically or not. Alright, although we are getting an exception, I believe that our tables have been created successfully. This exception is possibly occurring because Spring Boot is trying to drop foreign key constraint on the student project table before it fully exists. This is possible due to an ordering issue in schema creation. However, the exception does not affect table creation, as the tables are eventually created after initial setup adjustment by JPA, and we can verify that using MySQL command line client. So I'm gonna write show databases, choose our database, use, and then show tables. Alright, we have found our tables, and we can also see the columns of our tables. I will see student project columns, so I will write show columns from student project. Right, guys. Our table has been created with all the required columns. So right now, after finishing our model class, we'll move on to other stuff. For creating our API, we will first create student and project repositories, which will simplify for us the interaction with the database and make it easier to manage data persistent. So, in order to create a student repository, we have to right click on our main package, choose new package and name it repository. And inside it, I'm gonna create a new interface and I'm gonna call it project repository. And don't forget, guys, to add the repository annotation. I'm gonna extend GPA, and for GPA repository, we need two parameter, which is the class type and the type of the primary key, which is in our case int. Don't forget to import the project class. And that's all for the project repository. So I'm gonna do the same thing for the student repository. So please, guys, follow along with me. I'm gonna create student repository. I'm gonna add the annotation, repository annotation, and I will also extend GPA with two parameters, student and and alright, everything is fine. We have finished with the repository. Now we can try to create our controller. So I'm gonna right click on the main package, so choose a new package, gonna name it controller, and inside the controller we will first create our project controller. So I'm gonna right click, choose project controller, and inside it I'm gonna add rest controller, use me, add rest controller, and I will set the cross origins to be an environment variable so we can change it later in our deployment environment. So I'm gonna write dollar curly braces, gonna call it Spring origin, all capital letters separated by underscore, and I'm gonna set its default value to asterisk, which means any for our development environment. Okay, that's fine. Let's close the curly braces and move on to the endpoint or the resource path, which will be in our cases slash projects. Inside our project controller, let's inject the project repository. So I'm gonna write add autowired private project repository project repository. Okay, now we can focus on creating our API methods, but before doing that, let's see our working plan. So inside the REST controller, we will create our tool, which is the abbreviation of create, read, update, and delete. And we will respect this format for better scalability and readability, in which slash posts is the endpoint or the resource path. For our CRUD, we will start by read, so we will basically retrieve all the project from our database. So I'm gonna write add get mapping method with a slash, and I'm gonna name it get all project with with a return as response entity, which will always be used as an HTTP response containing the static code, the header, and the body. So it will be of type project, and I'm gonna name it get all project in common case form, and I will return response entity dot OK with a static code of 200 of project repository dot find all. And in order to get a specific project, we basically need the ID. So I'm gonna write at get mapping slash and curly braces ID. And we will also create a method with a response entity project. I'm gonna name it get project by ID. And We will retrieve the ID from the URL using path variable annotation, and right there I will return response entity of project repository dot find by ID. That's great. Now we will move on into the creation of project. So to create a project, we use the post method. So post mapping, we will return a response entity of project. Gonna name it create project. And inside the parameter, we will request the project object from the user. So I'm gonna write request body project project details, and inside there I'm gonna instantiate a new project which will be equal to project repository dot save project details. Okay, and we will need to return it with static code of 201. So we will write return response entity dot status https status dot create, which will basically return 201 static code, and the body will be the project. And to update the project, we'll use output mapping method, which will require the entire project object, like patch mapping, which will only require a specific element. I will also add the ID and then create a project with a return type of response entity of project, and I will call it update project, and it will get two parameters. The first one is the ID, and the second one is the project object requested from the user. So we'll add request body annotation and project, and I will call it project details. And inside the method, I will retrieve the project. So for that reason, I will use project repository that find by ID method, and I will throw an exception in case it is not. Then I will set our found project name to the new project details name using project.setName project details with get name, and then I will return response entity dot okay of project repository dot save project. Alright, that's all we need to update the project. Now we will move on and discuss the deletion of a project. So I will add delete mapping method, and I will add curly braces ID, and I will return a response entity type string. I'm gonna name it delete project, and I will retrieve the ID from the URL using path variable. We will also need to verify whether the project is existing in our database. So I'm gonna copy paste this line from output mapping method, and after getting the project we cannot directly delete it from our database, but first we need to delete any project ID column from the join table, which is student project. So for this reason I'm gonna back to project repository and add a native query using add query annotation. I'm gonna choose the type as the native query, and inside it I'm gonna write the query delete from student project where project ID equal the first argument, which is question mark and 1. Then I'm gonna write our method, which will be called in our project controller. We're gonna name it void delete from student project by project ID. And for the parameter, I will add the project ID, which is obviously this one. Don't forget, guys, to add modifying and add transactional annotation. And that's fine. Let's move on to our controller and add theme. So project repository dot delete from student project by project ID, and then ID. Alright, now we can delete the project from the project table using project repository dot delete project. And then we will return response entity dot OK, including project deleted successful. Alright guys, that's all for the deletion of the project, and I believe that we have included all the root methods. So right now we will try to test our APIs. So make sure guys to install Postman in case you haven't. So I'm gonna open it and run my application. Alright, now our application is running. So let's try to test our API, and I'm gonna test the get method to retrieve all the projects from the database. So for this reason, I'm gonna write HTTP colon two slashes localhost colon 9019, which is our port, and then projects, and don't forget the slash at the end. I'm gonna click send and see the result. Alright, the result have returned an empty string, which is expected since we haven't added any project to our database. So right now I will try to add the project, but basically we don't need to enter the specific URL for each API since we have provided in the directory a project assignment file which contains all the API required for our web application. So to import that, make sure to go into the project directory, then click on import and choose the specified file. Okay, so in order to add a project, let's click on add project and then go to body, and I have specified the body to be data science project. You can choose the name uh, as you like. So I'm gonna click on send and see the result. Alright, the project has been added. So let's add another one. I'm gonna name it DevOps, and other one with the name AI project. Alright, so let's retrieve the second one, which I believe it is DevOps project. So let's click on send. Alright, that's fine. And right now, let's try to update the first project, which is data science. Let's change it to math project and click on send. Okay, the changes have been applied. So lastly, let's test our delete operation. So right now I want to delete the last project. So let's press send and see the result. Okay, our project has been deleted successfully. So let's see whether we have the last one or not. Okay, we got the first and the second project, and obviously the last one has been deleted. So that's all for our project controller. Now we can move on and create our last controller, which will be student controller. So I'm gonna minimize HTML and right click on our main package and choose a new Java class. I'm gonna call it student controller. We will do basically the same stuff. So I'm gonna add list controller annotation. And for the cross origin, I will copy the same from the project controller. So I'm gonna do the same environment variable. And for our resource path or endpoint will be students. Okay. Inside the controller, I'm gonna inject both the student repository and the project repository because we need both of them. So I'm gonna write add autowired private project project repository and add autowired private student repository student repository. Alright, now we will create our get method to retrieve all the students from the database. So I'm gonna write add get mapping annotation. You probably guys are familiar right now with the CRUD method. So I'm gonna speed up a little bit. So I'm gonna create add response on of list of student, get all student, and I'm gonna return response entity dot OK of student repository dot find all. And to retrieve a specific student, I'm gonna add the ID inside the URL like this, and I'm gonna name it public response entity of student get all student by ID, get student by ID, and beside the I'm gonna retrieve the ID, and we will return response entity of student repository dot find by ID, and ID. Alright guys, that's all for the retrieval of student by ID. But you will notice guys that we will retrieve a specific student by his ID so often. So for that reason, I'm gonna create a general method which will return a student, and I will call it retrieve student by ID will be typed in, and inside it I will return student repository find find by ID, and I will throw an exception in case I haven't found the student. So we'll write the specific exception using this format, new expression exception, and I will write student with ID plus ID is not found. I will basically do the same for the retrieval of specific project from our database. So I'm gonna copy paste this method, and I'm gonna change each student by project. So this will be project, and name of the method will be project, and of course project repository, and will import project, and this one will be also project. All right, that's fine. We'll move on the creation of a student at post mapping, and I will create a response entity of student, create student. Okay. Inside the method, I will request the student object from the user. So we'll also do a request body student student details. Okay. So inside there, I will create a new instance of student. I will call it saved student, and it will receive student repository dot save and student details. And all I need to do is to return response entity dot status http status dot created with a body of saved student. All right. So right now we'll also add the update method with put mapping. Okay. And I will create a method with a response entity of type modified student. So I'm gonna write here student, excuse me. All right. I'm gonna name it modi update student. So I will write request body student, student, student. All right. That's fine. So inside the method, I will see whether the student is existing in our database. So I'll use the general method created by us recently. So I will call student equal retrieve student by ID and ID. This will be student details. All right, and right there, I will use set method to modify all student value with the new one. So I will set its name to student details dot get name. All right, I will set its average to student details dot get up. All right, that's all we need to modify. So right now I will return a response entity dot OK of student. That's fine. And for the deletion, it will be also straightforward. So I will write slash curly braces ID and I will create a method with response entity string. We'll call it delete student. Will retrieve the ID and I will basically do the same thing, which is finding whether the student is existing first in our database or not. So I will add this one, copy paste it from our previous method, and then I will use student repository dot delete, and I will delete the student. All right. But guys, you probably wondering why I haven't created a native query for this deletion method like I have done in the project controller. The simple answer is that for the project controller, we haven't specified the list of students inside the project class. But for the student, we have specified the list of projects and the relationship inside it. So once a student is deleted from the parent table, all his child rows will also be cascaded. So I will move on right there and I will simply return response entity dot OK and I will add the message student deleted success. Alright, okay. We can test those methods before creating an advanced ones. So I'm gonna rerun the application. I have probably noticed that I have an illegal start of expression, so I will see it. Yes, I have forgot the semicolon, and I will rerun again the application. Alright, so let's test our code. So I'm gonna click on Postman and inside Postman I will click on Add Student and I will add inside the body row this student called Hans with an average of 7.3. So I'll click on send and see whether the student has been created or not. Alright, Hans is obviously created and is having none for project. I will add another student. I will call it Maxime. It will have an average of 5.6 and I will click on some. Let's create another student, Sarah, with an average of 8.3 and alright. So we'll test getting all the students. That's fine. And I will test getting a specified student. So let's get the second one. Alright, that's Maxime. I will update Maxime to get an average of 9.3. So we'll click on update student. We'll go into body row and this will be Maxime with an ID of 2 and the average will be 9.2. Okay, this should be average. Okay, that's fine. And I will delete the last student. So let's click on students. I will choose the third ID and click on send. Alright, the student has been deleted successfully. So let's see if we get the students. Alright, we haven't found the third student which has been deleted. So let's try to search it inside get single student and see the exception return. Okay, as you can see, we get 404 as an exception. So let's move on and create the rest of our methods. So right now I will add a method that permits us to add a project to students project list since it is empty at the beginning. But before doing that, I have to set an attribute that will be limiting the amount of project that can student have. So we'll create an attribute with type static int, and I will call it max project per student. I'm gonna set it by default to 3. We'll add semicolon and then I will create two methods in order to retrieve the maximum number and in order to update it. So the first method will be get mapping max project and and inside it I will return a response entity of type integer get max project, and I will simply return a response entity dot OK containing max project attribute. And to update the max project attribute, I will use put mapping with the same URL endpoint, and inside it will read a response entity of type integer, update max project per student. I will request the maximum number from the user, and right there I will set our maximum project per student to the new value, maximum number, and then I will also return the response entity dot OK containing our new value. Alright, I will add per student to the previous method, and after setting these two methods, now I can move on to the creation of method that will permit us to add a specific project to our students project list. So I will create add post mapping method containing student ID, and then the project's ID, and then I will retrieve them inside our new method, which will return a response entity type student. I will name it add project to student, and it will retrieve the student ID and the project ID from the URL. So I'm gonna add student ID right there, and the other variable will be project ID. I will verify whether our student and our project is existing in our database using the general method. So I'm gonna create an instance of student, and I will give it a retrieve student by ID function and student ID. And I will do the same for the project. And after retrieving both the student and the project, we have to think about some edge cases. And the first edge case that is on my mind is whether the project is already existing in our student list. So for that reason, I will look for the student list using for each method. Student get projects, and inside the for loop, I will add the condition that if p.getID is equal to project.getID, then we will return a response entity dot status 400 dot body student. And we have to check whether the student have already exceeded the maximum number per project or not. So for that reason, I will add a condition if student dot get project dot size bigger or equal to max project per student, then we have to put it inside the parentheses. Then I will return the response quantity dot bed request dot body student. And after verifying that the project is not existing in our students list and our student has not exceeded the max project per student, we can add the project to our student project list by writing student.getProject.add and project. And after that, we can return response entity dot status https status dot created and with body student repository dot save student, and that's all. But before testing our method, let's first create the opposite one, which will delete a project from our students project list. So I will basically copy paste the previous one, and then I will change the post mapping to delete mapping and add to delete. I will remove all of this. I will change to from, and then I will simply write student dot get project dot remove project, which will remove our project if it is existing in our students list, and then I will return student response entity dot okay of project repository student repository dot save student. Okay, that's fine. Now we can test our two methods. So I will stop the application and run it again. And I will try to add a project to our students project list. But before that, let's verify if we are having a project or students in our database. So I will click on get all projects and I will press send. And as you can see, guys, we have empty list of projects and it's basically this same thing for students. And the reason for that our create hibernate method will drop the existing table every time we launch our application and create new ones. So for that reason, I will change the create method inside our application dot property to update, and then I will rerun the application. So after that, we don't have to worry about our records. And then I will create 5 projects. We'll start by this one, call it IoT, then AI, then DevOps, then math, and then electric. So we are basically having 5 projects, and I will also create 5 students. Let's name the first one Jessica with an average of 4.23. Okay. Second one will be Tom, 35. Maxine is 6.53. Bobby with 7.2. And then Hans, who got the 6.8. So we are also having 5 students, and we can test our new added method, which will be add project to student. So I'll click on that, move on to body. We don't need this one because all we have to do is to specify our student ID and our project ID. So for the first student, I will add 1, 3, and 5. So the first project has been added to Jessica, which is IoT. Then third one, which is DevOps. And then the last one, which will be electrical project. So as you remember that we have set the maximum project per student to be 3, and we haven't changed it. Where is it? So let's try to add another project to Jessica project list and see whether an exception is returned or not. So I will add the fourth project. I will press send. And as you can see that a bid request has returned and the project has not been added. Right now, I will try to add an existing project, like for example 9, and as expected, we got 404 message saying that the project is not existing in our database. So we can move on and verify the other two methods which are related to maximum project per student. So for that reason, I will change this one to get method and I will remove this part temporarily and I will write max underscore project. I will click send and I have received 4400 saying that oh my request is a bad request. And I believe the reason for that is that I have mistakenly set hyphen instead of underscore in get mapping. So make sure guys to modify that and then rerun the application. Let's back to our postman and try to test our URL. Alright, right now the method is working perfectly and it has returned three. So I will try to modify it using put mapping and I will enter body then row and I will choose 9 and I will press send. Alright, the put mapping and the update is working fine. We can try to verify it and I will set it again to its default value which is 3. Okay, that's fine. Now I don't need this method. So let's back to the default one and I will modify this to false. Alright, everything is working fine and we can see in all students that Jessica is having two projects which are IoT project and electrical project. And for the next method, we want to see the available project for each student. For instance, for the case of Jessica, since IoT project and electrical project is already chosen, all the remaining or the available project must be the other three ones. But for the other students, they will get 5 as available projects. And in case Jessica has exceeded the maximum number or have has attended the maximum number, we will return null as available project. So we will back to our student controller and create this method. So for our available method, I will create get mapping containing the student ID and I will name it available projects. Alright, now it will be returning a response entity of type project list. I will name it get available project and inside the parentheses I will get the student ID parameter. So we'll use add pass variable int and student ID, and I will do basically the same, which is retrieving the student using the general method. And for our edge cases, I will see if our student has already exceeded the maximum number. So for this case, we should return an empty list. But let's first create the empty list, which will be named available projects. And in that list, we will add the remaining project from our database. So I will write list of project available projects, and should be it should be equal to new array list of type project. Alright, then I will add the condition to see if our student has already reached the maximum number, and don't forget that size. And in that case, we will return a response entity dot OK containing the available project list, which is empty. Okay, right now we can move on and focus on how to get the available projects. So for that reason, I will retrieve the list of all projects from our database. It will be list of project all projects equal equal to project repository dot find all. Next, I will create a hash set, which is a data structure that will permit us to save the unique ID of our student project list, and hash set will be so efficient in order to retrieve or to remove those key IDs in constant time. So I'm gonna name it project ID, and it will be equal to new hash set. And inside this hash set, I will add all the student project list ID. So I will loop using for each for all the student project, and I will add them to our hash set, which is project ID. So after putting all the students' project ID inside our new hash set, right now I will look for all the projects, and the ones that are not existing in our project ID will be added to our available student project. So for that reason, I will look for all project uh, attribute using for each, and if the the project is not existing in our asset, we will basically add it. So for this logic, I will add exclamation mark, which is not and then project IDs dot contains, and then a dot net ID. So, so if this condition is true, I will simply add the project to available projects. Alright, so I am basically saying that if the new HashSet does not contain the project ID, we can add the this project to the available projects list. So after that, I believe that everything is fine and we haven't forgotten any stuff. So we'll simply return response entity.ok containing our available project list. Alright, I think everything is fine. So right now, let's rerun the application and test our new method. I will move back to Postman and I will press get students available projects, and for this method I will see the Jessica available project, which is expected to be three like the other. So I will press send. Alright, she has the project ID 2, which is AI project, and three DevOps project and four math projects as available project. So right now I will add four to Jessica and I will back and see the response of available project. So I will add four to Jessica and I will press send. So Jessica is obviously having three project, which is the maximum project per student. So right now she cannot add more. So I will verify that using get available projects and I will press send. So after verifying that available project is working perfectly, now we can move on to our next and last method. But before doing that, I will assign project to the other students in this way, but I will not show it in this representation for the sake of time. So please, guys, do it on your own. So as I have mentioned, I have also added the project to the other students list. So right now, before moving back our student controller and creating the last method containing the algorithmic approach of assigning project to students, let's first discuss it graphically. So for our case, we are having the project list IDs which is stored in a hash set, and also the student list, which will be sorted in a descending order by average. So the first student will be obviously the one that is having the biggest average, which is Bobby. So we will first got Bobby with an ID of 4, and we will look for his chosen project, and obviously, the first one is 3, and we will check if 3 is existing in our hash set or not. So we will check, and it's obviously existing. So when we found an existing project, we will assign it to, the student and then remove project ID from the hash set. We will obviously break the loop since we don't need to check the other project, since this one is one of his top choices, and we will see the second highest student for this example, which is Hans. For Hans, we'll check his first used project, which is number one, which is obviously existing in our HashSet list. So we will assign that project to Hans and we will remove it from our project list. And then for Maxime, we will see whether the project number one is existing in our project list. Since it has been affected to us, it is not existing, it is removed, so Maxim will not get the first project. So we move on to the third project, and it is also removed from the hash set. So we will we will move to the last one, which is number 5, which is available in our set. So Maxime will get the project number 5 and we will remove it from our set. And then for Tom, we will apply the same stuff. Obviously, this one is got, and the second one the same. And for Maxime, he will got the second project. And we will remove the project with the ID of 2 from the hash set. And for Jessica having the lowest average, she will not got the project with the ID of 1 and the project with the ID of 5, and she will get the remaining project which is number 4. So for the code, it will be so straightforward. We'll create a get mapping method and we'll name it assignment, and inside it I will return a response entity of HashMap of string, and I will call it assign project to student. So the response entity of HashMap will contain as the first parameter the key, which is the student name, and the value, which is the project name. And we will use the hashmap or the dictionary, which is a data structure that stores the key value pairs that will enable efficient retrieval and removal of elements based on their keys. And it is similar to HashSet in a way that it provides another constant time complexity for for getting and removing key values. So I will create our hash map, which will be of type string, and it will receive a new hash map string, string, string. And I will call it assign list. This should be a hash map, and we can move on right now. So we will basically need all the project IDs. So for that, I will create a hash set type integer. I will call it project IDs, and it will First of all, get the project repository dot find all, and then we will use the stream and map methods of Java in order to translate the project list to a HashSet containing only the project's ID. So for that, I will add stream method and then dot map, and for the mapping, I will map the project to get ID, and then I will transform it to a HashSet using collectors to collection, HashSet, and double colon new, and don't forget the semicolon at the end. So after adding this method, we are having the project IDs stored in the set called project ID, and we are having also a new HashMap which is empty that will contain our student name as a key and our project name as a value. So we obviously need the list of students. So for that, I will create a list of students, list student, which will receive student repository dot find all. But unfortunately, this list of student will not be sorted in a descending order depending on the average. So we have to do it manually using lambda expression. So I will write list of student dot sort, and then I will add the comparison parameter student S1 and student S2, and inside those students I will compare their average using double dot compare S2 dot get average to S1 dot get average. So you can notice, guys, that I have inverted S1 S2 to S2 S1 right there, so we can get the student sorted in descending order instead of ascending order. So after adding the lambda expression, our list is sorted in a descending order depending on the average. So right now we can apply our logic and assign students to their project. So I will look for the students using for each, and inside the student I will look for their project list. So I will use for project A of S to get project, and then inside this loop if P dot if project IDs, which is the HashSet containing all the IDs of projects in our database, will check if it contains the student's project list ID or p.getID, and if it is the case, we will affect this student to this project. So I will write assign list dot put is dot get name and p dot get name. Then we have to remove the ID of the project from the assign list hash set. So for that I will enter project ID dot remove and then p dot get ID, and we have to break cells. We don't need to look for the other projects. And that's all for our assignment method. Now I will return response entity dot OK of assignment list, which is our HashMap, and then I will run the application to see if our method is working perfectly or not. So I'll back to Postman and I will click on assignment and I will press send and see the results. So I have to add student as an endpoint or a resource path and click send again. Okay, obviously the algorithm is working perfectly, and as we can see, Hans has got IoT project, Jessica has got math project, Bobby has got DevOps project, Maxime has got electrical project, and Tom has got the AI project. So right now we have finished all the method for the Spring Boot, and we have finished the backend logic. So we will move on and focus on creating our frontend using the Angular framework. Hey everyone, before we deep dive into creating Angular project, make sure you have installed npm and Node.js on your operating system, and you can verify that using CLI and type node space hyphen v for node version and npm space hyphen v for npm version. And in case you haven't installed Angular globally in your operating system, you can do so using npm install hyphen g for globally at angular /cli. So basically, after confirming that Angular is installed globally in our operating system, we can right now create our project. Therefore, I will navigate to the desktop using cd command, and inside the desktop, I will create my project. So I'll type ng for Angular, new, and then dash dash non-standalone, and the project name, which will be front project assignment. So basically, we are creating a non-standalone Angular project in which all the components are dependent on ng model system. This approach will make it easier to manage dependencies and scale complex projects. So right now, we'll press enter to run the command, and I'll choose CSS as the default style sheet, and I'll type Y in order to enable server-side rendering. And right now we will have to wait till our packages are installed. Alright, now that our packages are installed successfully and our project is ready, we'll navigate to it using cd command from project assignment. Then I will open Visual Studio Code inside it using the command code space to. Alright, So before working on our Visual Studio Code, I will do a little adjustment. So I'll go to extensions, and the first extensions that I want to start is Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, this one, and also Angular snippet. Alright, those extensions are so crucial and make writing code easier thanks to autocomplete. Alright, both are installed. You can close that. And then I will make sure that the default terminal that is showing in our Visual Studio Code is command prompt. For that reason, I will press Ctrl Shift and P and search terminal, select default profile, this one, and I will click on command prompt. Then whether I click on view terminal or I press Ctrl backtick, it will appear command prompt as the default terminal. Alright, right now, since we have done all the adjustment to our Visual Studio Code IDE, we can focus on our work and our project structure. And first, we can notice that inside our source folder, the existence of index.html, which is the entry point of our application, and it is responsible for bootstrapping it. Inside the index.html body, we can notice the presence of our root component, which is under the name app-root, and we can verify the existence of the same name under app model is app component.ts, sorry, a selector property, and also the app model.ts is a crucial file and contains all the configurations of our Angular projects, the model component, the imports, the providers, and the exports. We can notice also the presence of uprooting model.ts containing all our application's routes, the CSS component, the component.spec.ts containing all the unit tests, and the app.model.server.ts for the server-side rendering. And inside our app.component.html, it exists the default welcome page of our Angular application, and we can see it using our terminal, then typing ng-serve. Alright, I will copy paste this link and open Google. Alright, after seeing the default Angular welcome page, we will try to make our own code. So for that reason, I will remove all the code inside app.component.html, and I will make a new heading, and inside it I will type my new Angular project, and I will see the result inside Google too. Alright, now that we have verified that our application is running and it has been synchronized, we want to add some style to it. So for that reason, we will install Tailwind CSS, and we will follow the official website instruction by searching in Google Angular install Tailwind. Alright, and I will click on the official website, and I will try to split my screen into two halves, and then I will open a new terminal using control backtick in Visual Studio Code. I will stop running the application and then I will type CLS. Alright, if we have created the project, so we don't need that. Then we will move to the second instructions that will install Tailwind CSS via npm inside our project and then generate Tailwind config.js. So I will copy paste it. Alright, Tailwind CSS config file has been created and we can verify that using Ctrl P for searching files and then typing tailwind config.js. Alright, inside our tailwind config.js we will add our template files. So inside content we will simply copy paste this line. Alright, that's all. Now we can close tailwind config.js. And then for the fourth instruction, we are requiring to add tailwind directives by copy pasting these three lines inside our global style.css. So I'll copy these lines and then inside Visual Studio Code I will press Ctrl P and search style.css. This one, and then I will simply paste these lines. And next, I will try to add some global styling. So for that reason, I will write layer base and inside it for the body, I will apply dark gray background using PG gray 900. Okay, I will make the text to be white since our background is dark gray. Then the default text to extra large. And we also want the font size to be dynamic. Therefore, I will apply for small window text XL and for the medium one text to XL and for the large one text 3XL. I will also change the font to sans serif. So I will write font sans and then press Ctrl S to see if our changes has been applied or not. So I will try to rerun the application and we will make sure that our new background is gray, that our text is white, our font style is sans serif, and the size is text 3XL. So we'll back to our project, and as you can see, all the change has been applied. And when I maximize the screen, we will notice, guys, that my new Angular project will be also maximized. Alright, we can close that since we don't need it. Right now I will back to VS Code to continue creating all the necessary global CSS for this application. So next I will apply some styling for the table. So for the table I want them to be having an automatic layout. So I will run table auto. Then I want the table to have some borders, so I will type border, and I want adjacent border to be collapsing, so I will add border collapse. I want the width to be 100% of the viewport, so I will add width hyphen screen, and then for the text I want them to be left-sided with text hyphen left. For our tables, headers, and cells, th and td, I will apply border to. Next, I will create a custom CSS style for our icons. I will call it interactive hover, and as the name suggests, I will apply hover and change the background color to be a little bit light, PG gray 700. I want the cursor to be pointer, and I want the text to be center. Next, we will apply some CSS for the input. So for the input, I want it to be as a block, so it will be always on a new line and take the full available width. And I will add some margin top 4 pixel, which is margin top 1 in Tailwind. I will add border, and for the border, it will be a light green colored, so I will type border gray 300. I want them to be a little bit rounded, and I will also add small shadow, and I want our border to be blue when we click on the input. So for that reason, I will type focus column border blue 500. And for the text, since our background is gray 300, which is like white, I want it to be black. Next, for our button, they will be colored as purple. So for that reason, I will apply PG purple 500. Then when we hover on it, it will have a darker color using PG purple 600. I want a margin of 16 pixels, and I want the button to be a little bit bigger than the average. I want the font to be bold, and at the end I want it to be rounded. Last but not least, for the label, they will be acting as a block, so they will take the full available width, and they will always be on a new line. I want the font to be medium, and the text to be a little bit lighter with text gray 700. And for our last element, which will be the selected drop-down, I want it also to act as a block, and I will add some margin top of 8 pixels using MT2, and some padding horizontally and vertically of 10 pixels using P-2.5. I want the background to be gray 700. I will add some border. For the border, they will be gray 600. I want it to be rounded largely, and when we click and focus on the selected drop-down, I want the border to be colored as blue. So for that reason, I will write border blue 500. And for our selected drop-down placeholders, they will have a light gray using placeholder gray 400. At the end, I want the select drop-down text to be small, so we'll type text SM. So that's all for our selected drop-down, and for the entire global CSS. This CSS will make our HTML component cleaner and more readable by abstracting styles into reusable utility class. And for our next task, we want to add some icons. So for that reason, I will add font awesome CDN to our Angular project. So I'll back to Google and then search font awesome CDN. I will click on the first website and then I will copy the link tag of the first line. I will back to VS Code and then I will search using Ctrl P index to HTML and then I will paste it inside it. We can verify that font awesome has been added by adding a specified icon. So for that reason, I will type I.fa solid but fa user. Then I will press tab. I will back to navigator in order to see the changes. Alright, now we are sure that font awesome has been added to our project, so we'll close this tab. And then for our project setup, we want to apply some changes for the upload model.ts. So we'll navigate to it and then inside the import array, I will add form model in order to enable template-driven form, comma. This form model will allow us to bind input to model data using ng model and it supplies essential directive for handling form input, validation, and user instruction. Additionally, we must import HTTP client model into the providers. This will enable us to communicate with the backend API via HTTP request. So I will add provide HTTP client, right, parentheses, then come. So that's all guys for the project setup. In our next mission, we will try to add environment variable to Angular. To create environment variable in Angular, all we have to do is to type the command ng generate environment. Then I will press enter. After the command has been executed, we will notice the presence of a new directory under the name environment. Inside it, there is two files, environment.development.ts and environment.ts. Inside environment.ts, I will create a new variable and I will name it production and I'll give it the value of true. And for our environment.development.ts, I will create or define the same variable, but I will give it the opposite value, which will be false. Alright. We'll notice also that our Angular.json has been updated, and the main modification inside our Angular.json is that there is a file replacement of environment.ts to environment.development.ts. And to verify that, we can back to our app component.ts and inside it, I will create a new property and I will give it the name is prod. And for this property, it will get the value of environment dot production. So I am importing environment.ts, and to show the value of sprout, all we have to do is implement on it for initialization task. So I will implement on init interface, and then after implementing on init, I can use ng on init method or hook, and inside it I will type a condition if is broad is equal to true, then I will console.log my environment is broad. Otherwise, I will console.log my environment is dev. Alright, now I will run the application normally, and we are expecting to see my environment is dev, although we are importing environment.ts, since angular.json will replace environment.ts file with environment.development.ts, which contains the condition of false. So I will simply type ng-serve, then I will back to my navigator to refresh. And as you can see, the output of the console is my environment is dev. Now we can see that if we are running our application in production environment, the value of isProd will be true, and environment.ts will not be replaced with environment.development.ts. So for that reason, I will simply type ng dash dash configuration equal production. Then I will type search. So this basically will try to run our application in a production environment. I will press enter, then I will refresh my navigator again. And as you can see, the output is my environment is pro. And we can do the same logic in our output component.html. So for our output component.html, I will create a new paragraph, and it will contain the value pro. But I will add a condition using ngIf directive of Angular, so it will only be showed if isProd is equal true. So I will type isProd. Then I will add else. So if isProd is false, I will show the dev template. So all I need to do right now is to create the dev template. So for that, I will use ng template, and then I will give it the name dev template using hash and then dev template. And then for the value, dev will be given dev. So right now we have changed the environment into production, like what is showing in the console. So I'm expecting to see prod. And when we try to run the application normally in our development environment using simply ng-search, this paragraph will not be shown, and instead of it, the dev template containing dev value will be appearing. So let's back to our navigator, and as expected, the new value is dev. So that's all, guys, for the environment variable. And for our next task, we will create our Angular classes. In this project, we are mainly having two classes, a student class and a project class. And in order to create classes in Angular, all we have to do is to type ng, then g for generate class, and the class name which will be for our case project. Alright, you can see guys that our project class has been created, so I will navigate to it. Alright, and inside it I need to define our attribute. So for the project class, it will have an ID of type number, which contain both integer and double, and a name of type string. And in order to avoid these errors, we need to define our constructor. So inside our constructor, I will define an ID type number and a name type string. And then we'll type this dot ID will be equal to ID, and this dot name will be equal to name. Alright, and before moving on, we need to make the ID optional since it will be created automatically by our API. And in order to do that, I will simply add a question mark before ID's color. So we'll add question mark right there and question mark inside the constructor. And you can notice, guys, there is an error that is appearing right now, and it is basically saying that the required parameter cannot follow optional ones. And in order to avoid this error, all we have to do is to place the ID which will be optional at the end. Alright, right now we have finished all the required attribute for our project class, and we can hopefully move on to our student class. And in order to create a student class, all we have to do is to type ng, then g for generate class, and the class name which will be student. Alright, our student class has been created, so we will move to it, and inside it we will start by defining our attribute. So a student will have an ID of type number, which will be optional, and then a name type string, another type number, and projects, which will be of type project array. So we need to import our project class, and in order to avoid these errors, we need to define our constructor. So we'll type constructor, and for the constructor, we'll define a name type string, another type number, and projects type project array. Alright, then I will simply type this dot name will be equal to name, and this dot average will be equal to average, and this dot projects will be equal to projects. And I have forgot to include the ID, so I will include it as optional inside the constructor. So I will type ID, then question mark and column, and it will be of type number. Then at the end, I would simply type this dot ID equal to ID. So basically that's all guys for the student class and for the entire Angular classes, and see you in the next section. This application will shift away from directly modifying the main root component up to the component, and instead of that we'll focus on creating subcomponents in order to enhance functionality and organization. One of these subcomponents is indeed the header components, which will provide us with a consistent navigation and branding interface across the application. There is also project list components, which will allow us to manage projects. Student list component, which will display students management table, and it will also allow us to navigate the student form component in order to create or update students, and student projects component in order to manage individual student projects. There is also assignment component which will showcase for us the result of project assignment. And in order to load all these subcomponents dynamically, update component will use a routing model which will allow us to navigate between different parts of the application via router outlet. So right now I will back to VS Code in order to create all these subcomponents and in order to assign specific paths to them. Right now, in order to create new components, I will open a new terminal, and inside it I will simply type ng then g for generate component and then the component name. So I will start by creating the header component. So I'll type header and I will press enter. Alright, guys, you can verify that header component has been created. So I will basically apply the same logic in order to create the rest of the components. Alright, guys, we can see that all the required components have been created, and we can basically inject any component inside our output component.html by simply typing up hyphen and then the component name. So for the header, I will simply type header, then I will press tab, and we can verify that the header content inside header.component.html will be injected in our output.component.html, so it will be displayed in our browser, and we can basically apply the same approach to all the other components by injecting their tag, which will be always in their component.ts selector property. So we can easily copy paste. But right now we don't need to inject the components, and instead of that, as I have said in the presentation, I have to create specific path to each component. So for that reason, I will navigate to a routing model. Alright, and inside our app routing model routes array, I will start by creating our first route configuration object. So I will type curly braces, and then for the first parameter, it will be path, which will be equal to students. And then for the student, I will simply return or render the component student list component. Alright. And for our next path, it will be a nested path in order to create students. So for that reason, I will type students, then slash add student. And for this path, I will simply return student form component. Alright. And for our projects, the path will be projects, and we will render the component project list component. Alright. And for the assignment path will be as follow assignment, and for the component it will be assignment component. Alright. And at the end for our default path we will simply redirect to students. So this path students will be our default path. And we need to set that much to full in order to make sure that URL needs to match the exact path and not part of it. Alright, so basically that's all the required paths for this section. So right now we'll back to the browser to determine whether routing is functioning properly or not. So although we are redirected to students, the student list component is not displayed for our web application. And even though we type, for example, projects, the project list will not be rendered. And in order to fix this tiny problem, we need to add a router outlet inside our app.component.html, which will work as a gateway between our app.component and app routing model, and will also be a directive that we will load inside of it all our components dynamically. So basically, we don't need all of this. So we will delete it and I will create a new div. And inside this div, I will simply add our router outlet. And hopefully, after adding and injecting router outlet, the routing will work perfect. So I will back to navigator to verify that. Alright, you can see right now, guys, that the routing is working perfectly. And even if I type manually projects inside the URL, it will redirect us to project list. So right now, after verifying that the routing is working perfectly in our application, I'll use header in order to navigate smoothly between each component. And in order to do that, I have provided in the link in the description a mobile responsive header template, and I'll directly copy paste it inside our header.component.html. So right now I will open header component and I will basically remove this paragraph tag and I will add my header template. Alright, so right now inside our header template we need to make some modifications. So I'll replace home with students and I will basically copy all the item list so we can use it in order to create an item list for the assignment component and for the project list component. So this one will be projects, and for the link it will be slash projects. Alright, and for the assignment I will type assignment, and this one will be assignment.
Alright, and before backing to our navigator to check whether this one is displayed or not, we need to inject it inside our app.component.html. So for that reason, I will simply type app-header, then I will press tab. Alright, right now we'll back our navigator and see if our new header is displayed or not. Alright, as expected, guys, a new header is displayed inside our navigator, and we can easily navigate between each components. And right now we can fill student list component with a basic example. So for that reason, I'll back to VS Code and I will open student list.component.ts. Inside it, I will create a new property and I'll call it students, and it will be of type student array. Alright. And inside our new array, I will create a new student instance. So I will type new student, and I'll respect the constructor order. So I'll type first the name and then the average and then project, which will be an empty array for the moment, and then the optional ID, which will be one for this example. And I'll add two more examples, so it will be this line, and I will change some parameters. And to showcase the students array inside our student list component, I will open student list.component.html, and I will basically remove this paragraph tag, and I will create a new table, and our table header will have basically three columns, an ID, a name, and an average. So for that reason, I will type thead, and then I'll create a new row using tier tag, and inside this row I will define my first header column, which will be the ID using th, and then type ID, and I'll do the same for the name and the average. Alright, and for our table body I will create a new row, and inside our new row I will use ng4 directive of Angular in order to iterate through student array. So I will type asterisk ng4 and then equal let student of students array. Alright, which is similar to for each in Java. And to showcase a student property inside a new set, I will simply type td, and then inside two curly braces, I will type student dot id, and I'll basically do the same for the name and the others. So I will type td, and then two curly braces, and student dot name, and td, two curly braces, student dot average. Alright, then we'll back to our browsers to see the result. Alright, as you can see, guys, our student ID, name, and average has been displayed. And in our next section, we will try to fill our table from our backend API. In the previous section, we have statically added some students to our student list. However, instead of using hard-coded data, we want this data to come directly from our backend API. Therefore, in this section, we will use Angular services to communicate with our backend via HTTP client. And indeed, HTTP client will send requests to the Spring REST controller, which will be the gateway to our backend. The controller will receive these requests, process them, and interact with the Spring Data JPA in order to access the database. Once the data is retrieved or updated, the controller will send back the data to the HTTP client, which in turn updates the Angular component to display the new information to the user. Before creating services, please make sure, guys, that the backend is running in your operating system as we will need it for our frontend. And inside our VS Code, I will open a new terminal and I'll type ng for Angular, G for generate, then service, and the service name, which will be student. And I'll press enter. You can notice, guys, that the student.service has been created, so I will open it. Alright, and inside our student service, I will add the link to the backend, so I will define a new property. I will call it link, which will be equal to http colon two slashes localhost colon 90 90 and then the resource path, which is slash students. Alright, and as we have done in the backend, this part is dynamic and can be reusable. So for that reason, I will cut it and create a new environment variable for it. So I'll open environment.development.ts and inside it I will define a new variable and I will call it base host, all capital letters separated by underscore. And I'll define the same variable inside environment.ts, but I will give it an empty value. And basically this one will be used for our production. Right. Right now we'll close environment.ts and environment.development.ts. And for the link, we'll simply add environment.basehost. Alright. And inside our constructor, I will inject the HTTP client. So we'll type private HTTP client, which will be of type HTTP client. Alright. Then I will create our method to get all students, which will return HTTP client.get, which will be of type student array. And then for the parameter, we will add the backend link. And we can notice that the HTTP client get method will always return observable, which is the core concept in reactive programming that represent a stream of data. And indeed, any method that represents an observable can be executed by the consumer via the subscribe method. And to confirm that, we can specify the type of our return method to observable of student array. Alright, so basically that's all for our student service. And and right now we will move to student list.component.ts to apply the rest of the changes. So I will open student list.component.ts, and inside it I will basically remove all of this, and I will define the student list constructor. And inside our constructor, I will inject the student service. So I will type private student service, which will be of type student service. Alright, make sure guys that the student service is imported. And after that, I will define the method, which will be get all student. And inside the method, I will use this dot student service get all student method, which returns an observable, so we can subscribe to it in order to retrieve data. So I will type dot subscribe, and once the data is returned, we will assign it to our students array. So I will type this dot students equal dot. And before backing to the browser, we need to make the function run automatically. Therefore, our student list component needs to implement on init. And I will use ng on init method, and I will simply add the function. Alright, I believe that's all in order to retrieve students from our backend. So I'll verify that Angular is running and there is no error. So I will back to browser to see the result. And as you can see guys, we have successfully retrieved students data from our backend API. And right now we'll back to student service, and inside it I will first create the method to fetch the student by ID. So I'll type get student by ID, and for the parameter we are required to enter the ID, which will be of type number, and then for the return type of the method it will be observable of student. Alright, and will basically return this HTTP client get a student, and for the link it will be this link plus the ID. Alright, next we'll create a student, so we'll type add student, and for the add student method I will add a student instance for our method body, so it will be of type student, and for the return type it will be observable of student. Alright, and I'll simply return this HTTP client would post his student, and for the link it will be this link, and for the body, which will be the second parameter, it will be our student instance. Alright, fine. And then to update the student, we are required to enter the ID, so we'll type ID number. Alright, and we are also required to enter the student body, so we'll type student, should be of type student. Alright, then I will simply type return this HTTP client dot code and then a student, and we'll add the link, this the link, and plus the ID. And we will not forget to add the student parameter for the body. Alright, and for the last basic method, I will type delete student, and for the deletion, we'll require to enter the ID, so I'll type ID of type number, and for our method, it will return an observable of string. Right, and I'll simply type return this .http client dot delete, which will be of return type string. Alright, and for the link, it will be this dot link plus the ID. Alright, so basically that's all guys for the student group, and right now we'll navigate to student list with component.html. And before the table, I will add the student title. So we'll type H2 heading, and I will simply type student. And I also want some space between the table and the title. That's why I will add a margin button of 4. And I will create a link in order to navigate to student form, create a new student. So I'll type anchor tag, and for our link, it will be slash students slash add student, and for the value it will be a font awesome at user icon, so I'll type I dot font awesome dot font awesome user class dot interactive hover. Alright, and right now we are capable of navigating to student form in order to create a student. Alright, but this one should be student list, so we'll modify it. And to create a student, I'll open student forum component here. So type student forum component.ts, and inside our student forum component.ts class, I'll define a default student property. So we'll type student type student, alright, which will be equal to new student, and for the name it will be empty. For the average, it will be equal to 0, and for the projects, it will be an empty array. I will also add this out of range property, which will be by default equal to false. So basically, this one will help us check that the student average will be within our range. And next, I will create the constructor, and for the constructor, I will inject the student service. I will type private student service should be of type student service. Alright, and then I will need the router in order to navigate back to our student list. So we'll type private router, which will be of type router. And please make sure that the router is from at Angular/router and not from Express. Alright, so I believe that's fine for our constructor. And we are ready for our method. So we'll call it observed since we'll use it for both creating and updating a student. And for our method, I will define a constant of name average, and it will be equal to number of this dot student dot average. And we'll use this constant to check whether the average is within our range or not. So we'll type if average less than 0 or average bigger than 10, then is out of range will be equal to true, and will basically break from the method. So we'll type return. Otherwise, we are ready right now to add a student. But for our submission process, we'll not use the standard inline subscription method, and instead of that, we will implement an observer, which will be ideal for usable pattern, such as using this method for both creating and updating a student. And basically, an observer will provide us with an organized structure that includes next to handle service response, error to handle error, and complete to execute the completion instructions. And to create an observer, we'll simply define a constant observer, which will be equal to in curly braces for an object, and then for the first parameter, it will be next. And for next, we'll make sure that the data returned is of type student. And once our data is returned, we'll simply navigate to student list. Therefore, I will type this.router navigate square bracket and slash students. And for the second parameter, it will be error, and it will be an error of type any. And if an error occurred, we'll simply console.log the error. And last parameter, it would be complete. And for the complete, we'll simply console.log operation complete. And right now, in order to use the observer, I will simply type this.student_service.add_student, and I will enter the student. So I will type this.student, and I will use the subscribe method. And for the subscribe method, I will simply give it the observe. Alright, so basically that's all for our TypeScript, and right now we'll focus on the HTML. So we'll start by removing the paragraph tag, and instead of that we will create a new div with an horizontal margin of 12. So we'll type dot mx dash 12, And inside the div, I will create my title. So I will type h3.mx7 to provide some horizontal margin. And for the title value, it will be create student. And right now we'll be ready to create our form. So for our form, I will add a margin top 4 between the h3 and our form. So I'll type empty dash 4, and I will also add an horizontal margin of 9. So I'll type mx9, and I'll add a space between child elements. So I'll type space dash y4. Alright. Basically, we don't need this action parameter, so we'll delete it. And instead of it, I will use ng submit directive of Angular. So I'll type ng submit, and I'll put it inside parentheses, and it will be equal to absurd. And inside our form, I'll create a form group for our name. So for that reason, I will type dot form group. And inside this form group, I will create a new label for the name, and will get a value of name. Next, I will add an input, and for the input, I want it to be full width. So for that reason, I will add dot width full, and for the ID, it will be equal to name, and for the name, it will be also name, and then for the placeholder, it will be equal to enter your name. And we will use Angular ng model directive in order to bind the input value to our student name. So basically, this means that if the form is submitted, the input value will be assigned to our student.name. And for our hours, I will also create a new form group. And for the label, will be for the average, and this one should be average. And for the input, it will be of type number, with full. The ID will be equal to average. The name will be equal to average, and the placeholder will be equal to enter your average. And for the ng model, it will be binded to student.average. Alright, and I'll add another form group for our outrange label. So I'll type dot form group, and we'll add a label. And for the label, I want its text color to be red, so I'll type dot text dash red 900. Then I'll press tab, and it will be for out of range. And Basically, I want its value to be dynamic. This means that the value should be equal to average must be number between 0 and 10. If is out of range is equal true and it will be empty otherwise. So I will copy out of range, then I will add two curly braces and I'll paste is out of range and then I'll add question mark and basically this means that is out of range is equal true. So if out of range is equal true, we will render average must be a number between 0 and 10. Otherwise, we'll simply return quotation mark. And right now we'll add my submission button. So I'll type button and it will be of type submit. And for its value, I will simply type submit. So I believe that's all for the student creation form. So I will back to Navigator in order to test it. So I'll click on the plus icon and then enter a random name. And for the average, right now I'll set it to 1 and I'll press submit. And as you can see, guys, we have successfully added a new student to our list. And I'll try to add another one. And for the average, we'll try to add an average which is out of range. So I'll type 12 and I'll press submit. And as you can see, guys, our label has appeared containing the message average must be a number between 0 and 10. Right. So right now we have added the creation method and next we want to update these values. Inside student list.component.html, I'll create for each student a link. Therefore, I will add a new data cell with some CSS. So I'll type dd.interactive hover and inside this data cell, I will create a new link using anchor tag. And for the href value, it will be slash students slash update student. And we will update based on the ID. Therefore, I will add the student ID. So I'll type two curly braces and student dot ID. And for the value, it will be font awesome update icon. Therefore, I will type I dot font awesome dot font awesome pencil and I'll press the. And we are also required to add this path to our app routing module. So we'll open it and after students slash add student path, I'll add our path to update student. Therefore, I will type students slash update student and we need the ID. Therefore, I will type colon ID. And for the component, we will not create a new component for updating students. And instead of that, we will use the existing student form component and we will make the form dynamic based on the presence or the absence of the ID. So I'll type student form component. And right now I will open student form. So I'll type Ctrl P and student form. I'll just add an ID property and I'll implement on a need for the initialization task. And right now we are capable of adding ng on a neat hook or mid. And we will need active root in order to be capable of extracting the ID on case of its presence. So we'll type private active root, which will be of type active root. Alright. And to extract the ID, our ID property will be equal to this.activeRoot dot snapshot dot params, and for the params I will type square bracket ID. So when we are updating a student, this.id will be defined and we will be required to retrieve a student based on his ID. Therefore I will type if this.id, then inside our condition I will type this.studentService dot get student by ID, and then I will enter our ID. So I'll type this.id dot subscribe, and once our data is returned, we will assign it to our student property. Therefore, I will type this.student equal data. Alright. And for the observed function, we just need to add a condition after the observer. So I will type if this.id, this dot student service dot update student, and for the parameter we'll add this dot id and this student, and for the subscribe I'll add the observer. And if the id is undefined, we want to add this line, so we'll type else, and inside it I will put this line. And for the HTML, we want to make some values dynamic. Therefore, for the title, I will put it inside two curly braces. And if the ID is defined, so I'll type ID and then question mark. So the value of the title should be update student. And otherwise, if the ID is not defined, it will be create a student. So I'll add a column, and the create student should be inside quotation mark. Alright. And we want to also update the submit button value. So I will put it also inside two curly braces. And if the ID is defined, so I'll type ID and then question mark. It will be update. Otherwise, it will be submit. Alright, I believe that's all the changes required in order to add the update student logic. So we'll back to our browser in order to test it. So I'll try to update the last student values. So I'll click on this modify icon. So for the name, it will be Sarah. And for the average, it will be 6. And I'll press the update button. And as you can see, we have successfully updated the student values. And next, we will focus on the deletion process. Therefore, I will back to VS Code. And inside VS Code, I will close the student forum.component.ts and the student forum.component.html. And inside our student list, I will add a deletion icon. So we'll type td.interactive hover. And inside it, I will use font awesome trash icon. So I will type i.fontawesome.fontawesome trash. And right now we will use Angular click directive in order to execute the deletion function. So we'll type click inside two parentheses and for its value is gonna be equal to delete student, and for the parameter we will enter student.id. Then I will simply need to add the function inside our TypeScript. So I'll copy it. Then I will add the function, and for the parameter it will be an ID of type any. And inside our function I will simply type this.studentService.delete student, and I will enter the ID. Then I will use the subscribe method, and once our data is returned, we want to refresh the student list. Therefore, I will recall this to get all students. Alright, so I believe that's all in order to delete student. So we'll back to the browser in order to test. So we'll try to delete the last element, and even after pressing the trash icon, nothing happened. So probably we have made a mistake. So we'll open the console in order to debug. And based on the error, Angular was expecting a valid JSON response type such as an array or HashMap. However, we have provided a string of text which is student deleted successfully. Therefore, we have to back to our student service to specify our response type to text. So we'll close the console and I will back to our VS Code and I'll open student service. Alright, and I'll remove this response type, and instead of it we'll define the response type to text. And right now we will back to our browser in order to test the deletion process. So we'll refresh the page, then I will add another student, and right now we will press the trash icon again. So right now we have successfully added all the student basic root, and right now we'll focus on the projects. And inside our VS Code, I'll open a new terminal, and inside it I will create a new service for our project. So I will type ng then g for generate service and the service name which will be project. Alright, our service has been created, so we'll open it. And for our project service we will not start from the scratch, and we will basically copy all the logic from our student service. Therefore I will open student service and I will copy all of this and I'll paste it right there after deleting the empty constructor. And we need to import HTTP client. Therefore, I will type import HTTP client from Angular slash command slash HTTP. And next, we want to replace all the student occurrence with the project. Therefore, I will click on this student word and I'll press Ctrl Shift L. Then I'll simply type project. And for this link, I'll simply give it environment dot base host plus the resource path which is slash projects. And we also need to import the project and observable. Therefore, I will move right there and I will type import project. And for observable, I'll type import observable. which will be imported from RxJS, which is reactive extension JS. So basically, that's all the required methods for our project root. Therefore, I will close both student and project service and an open project list of component.html. To avoid repetitive stuff and gain some time, I will copy the student list code inside our project list.component.html. So for the title, it will be project list, and we don't need this link, so I will remove it. And I will basically replace all the student occurrence with a project. Therefore, I will click on this student word, and then I will press Ctrl Shift L, and instead of student, I will type project. And right now we'll remove all the unnecessary stuff. So a project don't have an over, so we'll remove it. And I will also remove the update link. And of course we need to remove the average header. And basically we'll not create a separate component for project creation, but we'll simply integrate it here. Therefore, after our table, I will simply create a new form with some horizontal space between child elements. So we'll type form dot space dash x dash 4 and I will press tab. Then I will simply remove the action parameter and I will simply replace it with ng submit directive. And once our form is submitted, we want to execute the add project function. And inside my form, I will first start by creating a label for project creation. Alright. And for its value, it's gonna be add project. And I will also add an input for a project name, so I'll type input and for name it's gonna be equal to name and I will simply bind the input value to project.name property that we are gonna create. So I'll type ng model and I will replace binding to project.name. Alright, and at the end I will add the submit button, so I'll type button, it's gonna be of type submit and for its value it's gonna be submit. So I believe that's all for project creation and for the entire HTML. So basically we are required to create two properties, a projects array and a project instance, and we are also required to create three functions, add project, delete project, and get all projects. So right now we'll navigate to project list.component.ts to create all this stuff. Alright. And inside it, I will first create a projects array property. So I'll type projects, which will be of type project array, right? And it's gonna be equal to an empty array. And then I will create the single project property, which will be also of type project, and it's gonna be equal to new project with an empty name, right? And next we'll create our constructor, right? And for our constructor, I will inject project service instance. Therefore, I will type private project service, which gonna be of type project service. And right now we can start by creating the first function, which will be get all projects. Alright. And for its function, I will simply return this dot project service dot get all project and then dot subscribe. And once our data is returned, we want to assign it to projects array. Therefore, I will type this dot projects equal dot. Alright. Next, we'll add the creation function. So we'll type add project, and inside the function, I will simply return this dot project service dot add project, and for the parameter, it will be this dot project, and then we'll subscribe. Alright. And once our data is returned, we want to refresh the project list, and we will also want to make our project name empty again. Therefore, I will recall this to get all projects, and I will make this dot project dot name equal to quotation mark. And for our last function, it's gonna be delete project. And for the parameter, I will add an ID of type any, and I will simply return this dot project service dot delete project, and I will enter the ID. Then I will subscribe to the method, and once our data is returned, we want to refresh the project list. Therefore, I will recall this dot get all projects. And before moving back to our browser, we want to make get all projects functions runs automatically. Therefore, I will implement on init. Alright, and then after our constructor, I will inject ng on init, and inside it, I will call this dot get all projects. And I believe that's all for our project code, and we can go back to our browser in order to test it. So I will start by adding a new project. So I'll type project, and I will press the submit button. Alright, our project has been created, and we can basically remove it. And before moving on to other stuff, I want to make these three elements in the same line. Therefore, I will move to our project list. Alright, and for the label, I will add the class, and I will simply add the inline block property. And I will simply apply the same stuff for the rest of the elements. So I'll copy it, and I will add it to the input, and I will add it also to the button. Alright, and right now we'll move to the browser to see the changes. Alright, that's looking much better. And right now I can focus on managing individual student projects. Therefore, I'll back to VS Code. And inside VS Code, I'll open student service. And inside our student service, I'll add all the necessary methods. And I'll start by fetching the available student project. Therefore, I will create a method and I'll call it get available student projects. And we basically need the student ID, so I'll add it. And for the return type, it will be observable of project array. Right. And we'll basically return this dot HTTP client dot get. And for the return type, it will be project array. And for the URL, it will be this dot link plus the student ID and plus slash available projects. And right now we can move on and create the second function, which will help us add the project to our student project list. Therefore, I will type add project to student. And for the parameter, we will need both the student and the project ID. So we'll type them. And for the return type, it will be observable of student. Alright. And we'll basically return this .http client post a student, and for the URL it will be this link plus our student ID, then plus slash projects slash, and then our project ID. And for the body, which is the second parameter, we don't mind if it is empty, so we'll add quotation mark. Alright, next we'll create a method to delete project from student list. Therefore, we'll type delete project from student. And for the parameter, we'll also need student ID and project ID. So we'll type them. And for the return type, it will be observable of student. And we'll basically return this HTTP client dot delete a student, and for the link it will be this dot link plus our student ID, and then plus slash project slash, and then our project ID. Alright, and we also need to fetch max projects per student. Therefore, I will add a function and I'll call it get max projects per student. And for the return type, it will be observable of number. And inside the function, I'll simply type return this .http client get a number, and for the URL it will be this link plus max project. And since we have fetched maximum projects per student, we'll also need to update the value. Therefore, I will add the function and I'll basically call it update max projects per student. Alright, and inside the parameter, I'll add the new value. So I'll type value, type any, and for the return type, it will be observable of number, right? And inside the function, I'll simply return this HTTP client that put a number, and for the link, it will be this link plus max project, right? And for the body, we'll enter the new value, so we'll add val. Right. So basically, that's all the required methods in order to manage individual student projects. So right now, we'll close the student service and I'll open student list.component.html, and inside it, I'll basically add a link in order to navigate to student projects. Therefore, I will type td.interactive hover, and I'll press tab, and inside it, I will add an anchor tag. And for the href value, it will be slash students slash our student ID. So type student ID inside two curly braces, and then slash projects. And for its value, it's gonna be font awesome folder icon. Therefore, I will type i.font awesome dash folder, and I'll press tab. Alright. and we have to create this path. Therefore, I will open up routing model, and after the update path, I will add our path. Therefore, I will type path, which will be equal to students slash vid. So we'll type colon and id, and then slash projects. And for the component, we'll obviously render the student project component. Therefore, I will type student projects component. Alright. And right now we'll back to the browser to see if we are capable of navigating to our student projects. So I'll click on this folder icon, and as you can see, we are rendered to our student project component. Therefore, we can continue our work, and right now we can close the uprouting model, and we can focus on our student project component. Therefore, I will open student projects.component.ts, work on the TypeScript, and inside our student projects, I will create the required property. So I will add a default student, which will be of type student. Alright, and it's gonna be equal to a new student. Alright, and for the name, it's gonna be empty. For the average, it's gonna be equal to 0, and for the project, it's gonna be empty. Alright, and we'll also need the available project array. Therefore, I will add the property and I'll call available projects, and it's gonna be of type project array, and it's gonna be equal to an empty array. And I'll add project ID property, which will be binded later to the HTML in order to add project or student project list. And for the constructor, we basically need the student service, so we'll inject it. So I'll type private student service, which will be of type student service. And we will also need the activated root, so we'll add it. So we'll type private activated root, which will be of type activated root. Alright, and since we have added activated root, we'll use it right now. So we'll implement on init first. Alright, and I'll add ng on init method. Alright, and basically our student ID will be equal to the ID extracted from the URL using the activated root. Therefore, I will type this student ID equal this activated root snapshot params, and for the params we'll extract the ID. So we'll type ID inside two square brackets. Alright, so right now our student ID is defined, and we can actually use that in order to fetch student by his ID. Therefore, I will add a function and I'll call it get student by ID. And inside the function, I'll simply type this dot student service dot get student by ID. And for the ID, it will be our student ID. So I'll type a number of this dot student dot ID, and we'll subscribe to this method. And once our data is returned, we'll simply assign it to our student property. Therefore, I will type this dot student equal dot So right now, after fetching the student by ID, we'll also fetch his available projects. Therefore, I will add a method and I'll call it get student available project. And inside the function, I'll simply type this dot student service dot get available student projects. And for the parameter, we'll add our student ID. So type this dot student dot ID, and we'll basically subscribe to this method. And once our data is returned, we'll simply assign it to our available projects property. So we'll type this dot available projects equal dot. Alright, and basically our next function will be refresh page. So whenever our component is loaded or some data is updated, we will also need to update our student and available projects property. Therefore, we'll need to recall this dot get student by ID and this dot get student available projects. Therefore, inside our refresh page, I'll type this dot get student by ID, and I'll also recall this dot get if student available projects. Alright, and we basically need to add the refresh page inside our ng on init method to make the properties updated automatically. Therefore, I will add it right there. So I'll type this dot refresh page, and right now we can move on to our next function. So simply our next function will be add project, and inside this function we'll try to add a project to our student project list. So inside the function, I'll simply type this student service, add project to student, and for the parameter, we'll need the student ID. So I'll type this student ID, and we'll also need the project ID property. So I'll add it, and I'll subscribe. And once our data is returned, we need to refresh the page. Therefore, I will call this refresh page. And since we have created add project, we'll also create delete project to delete project from our student project list. So I'll type delete project, and for the parameter we'll need the project ID. So I'll type it, and inside the function I'll simply type this student service to delete project from student. And for the parameter, we'll add our student ID. So I'll type this student ID, and we'll add our project ID. So we'll type the project ID, and we'll subscribe the this method. And once our data is returned, we will also need to refresh the page. Therefore, I will call this refresh page. Alright, so that's all for our TypeScript. And right now we can focus on the HTML. So we'll open student project component.html. So we'll remove this paragraph tag and then start by showcasing our student project list. And we can simply use the same code from our project list.component.html table. So we'll copy it, and I'll start doing some modifications. So for the title, it's gonna be our student.name, then apostrophe, and then projects. And for the array, it's gonna be obviously our student dot projects. Alright, and you can also notice, guys, that we are having the same name of the function, so we don't need to modify it. And we'll basically right now move to our browser in order to test this part. So as you can see guys, we have successfully seen our student projects and we can basically delete any one of them. So we'll delete the IoT project. Alright, so the first part is working perfectly and right now we can focus on available student projects. So after our table, I will create a new forum. So I'll type forum and for this forum I want it to be small. So I'll add max width SA and for its item I want them to be standard and vertically stacked. So we'll type flex dash column and then items center. And we'll also need an equal horizontal margin. Therefore, I will add mx dash auto. And we'll basically don't need this action parameter. So we'll replace that with ng submit. And I'll put it inside two parentheses. And it's gonna be equal to add project. And inside our form, we'll add a label for available projects. Alright, and for our label value is gonna be equal to add a project. And next I will add select drop down for our available projects. So I'll type select and for the name it's gonna be equal to project and for the ID it's gonna be equal to project. And I will also add a two-way binding between our selected drop-down value and our project ID property. Therefore, I will add ng model and I'll replace binding to project ID. Alright, and inside our selected drop-down, I'll add a placeholder option. So I'll type option and I'll remove the value and I'll make it disabled. And for the value, it's gonna be equal to choose a project. And for the rest of our options, it's gonna be equal to available projects array. Therefore, I will add an option and I'll use ng4 directive. And for the item, I'll replace it with project. And for the list, I'll simply replace it with our available projects property. So I'll copy it. Alright, so for our option value is gonna be binded to our project ID. Therefore, I will type value inside a square bracket and it's gonna be equal to project.id. Alright, and for the option, we will simply display our project name. So basically, this one is called property binding since we are binding our option value to the project ID, while this one is called two-way binding since we are binding the selected drop-down value to the project ID property inside our TypeScript. Alright, so right now we'll add the submit button. So I'll type button, it's gonna be of type submit, and for its value it's gonna be equal to submit. Alright, so right now we can back to the navigator in order to test whether we are capable of adding a project to our student project list. So as you can see guys, the available student project has appeared and I'll click on the math project and I'll press submit. And as you can see, the project has been added and I'll add another one and I'll press submit and it has also been added. And you can notice guys after two projects that we are not capable of adding more. And basically we want to not showcase this part if our available projects array is empty. Therefore, I will back to the HTML, and in our form, I'll simply add a condition. So I'll type ng if, and for the condition, I will make sure that our available projects dot length is bigger than 0. So we'll only show this form if our available projects contain at least one element. And I will also add the same condition for this part. So we'll put it inside a div, and inside the div I will add the condition using ngIf directive. And for the condition we'll make sure that our student dot projects dot length is bigger than 0. So we'll only showcase this table if our student dot projects array will contain at least one element. Alright, so we'll back to the browser to see the result. And as you can see, guys, as expected, our student available project is empty. And we'll basically see it if I delete one element. And if I delete all of them, we'll only see available project for. So I'll add back some project to our student project list. Alright. And you can notice, guys, that our maximum projects per student is equal to 3. And right now we want to update this value. Therefore, I will back to VS Code and I'll open student list.component.ts. And inside our student list, I will add a new property and I'll call it max projects per student. And I'll add a temporary number. So I'll add temp number, which is of type any. And basically this property will be binded later to the HTML in order to update max projects per student number. So right now I'll add both get and update max projects per student number. So let's start by getting max projects per student number. So inside the function I'll simply type this dot student service with get max projects per student, and I'll subscribe to this method. And once our data is returned, we'll simply assign it to max projects per student. So type this dot max project per student equal dot, and next we'll create a function in order to update maximum projects per student. So type update max projects per student, and inside the function I'll simply type this dot student service dot update max projects per student. And for the parameter, we'll enter our temporary number, which gonna be binded to the HTML, and then we'll subscribe. And once the data is returned, we'll simply assign it to max projects per student property. So type this dot max projects per student equal that. So basically, that's all the required functions. And right now we can focus on the HTML. So inside our student list.component.html, I'll create a new form after the table. So I'll type form, and for this form, I want horizontal space between child elements. So I'll add dot space dash x dash 4, and I'll press tab, and I'll remove the action parameter and replace it with ng submit directive. And if our form is submitted, we need to execute update max projects per student number. So we'll copy it Right. And inside our form, we'll start by a new label, which will be for maximum projects per student. And for its value, it's gonna be equal to max projects per student. And then we'll add our max projects per student property. So we'll copy it. Right. And next we'll add our input, which will be of type number, and our minimum value should be equal to 2. And for these steps, it's gonna be equal to 1. And for the name, it's gonna be equal to max projects per student. And I will also apply the way binding between our input value and the dump number property. So we'll type ng model and I'll replace binding with dump number. Next, we'll add the submit button. So I'll type button, which will be of type submit, and for its value is gonna be equal to submit. And we want all these elements in line, so we'll add class equal inline block, and I'll basically apply it for all the elements. And before backing to our browser to test the update method, we'll need to make the get maximum project per student run automatically. Therefore, I will back to our student list.component.ts, and inside ng on init, I will recall this get max project per student. Alright. So right now I'll back to the browser in order to test max projects per student update and get method. So I'll click on the students, and as you can see, our maximum projects per student is equal to 3, and I want to update it to 4, so I'll type 4 and I'll press submit. And as you can see, guys, our new value is equal to 4, and even when I refresh it, it will stay the same. And I can basically add one more. So I'll add electrical project and I'll press submit. Alright, so everything is working perfectly, and we'll move to the last part. So right now we'll open student service again to add the last function. And for our last function, it's gonna be called get student assignment. And we don't need a parameter. And for the return type, it will be observable of HashMap. And for the key, it's gonna be of type string. And for the value, it's gonna also be equal to string. Alright. And inside the function, I'll simply type return this HTTP client get, and for the return type, it will be a HashMap string string. And for the URL, it will be this link plus assignment. So basically, that's all for our list function. That's gonna return for us a hash map. For the key, it's gonna be equal to student name, and for the value, it's gonna be equal to the project name assigned to the student. So right now, we'll close the student service, and I'll basically close all of this, and I'll simply open the assignment component, and I'll start by the TypeScript. And inside our TypeScript, I'll start by adding a hash map for the assignment result. So I'll type assignment result, which will be equal to a map of string, and for its value is gonna be equal to an empty map. So I'll type a new map. Alright, and basically as usual for the constructor, we will need the student service. So we'll inject it. And next we will create our assignment function. So we'll type get assignment result. And inside the function, I will use the student service dot get student assignment function. And we don't need a parameter, and we'll subscribe to it. And once our data is returned, we'll simply assign it to our HashMap property. So we'll type this dot assignment result will be equal to that. Alright, and we basically need to make this function run automatically. Therefore, I will implement on init, and then I'll inject ng on init. And inside ng on init method, I will simply recall this dot get assignment result. And by adding this function with the ng on init method, we have finished all the necessary stuff for the TypeScript. And right now we'll move to the HTML. And inside the HTML, we'll start by adding the title. So I'll type h2, and for the title, it's gonna be assignment result. And we'll basically showcase the project and the student name inside the table. So we'll add a table, and inside the table, I will add the table head. And inside the table head, I will add all the necessary table headers. Therefore, I will create a new row. And inside the tier tag, I will add the first table header, which will be equal to student. So the first table header will showcase our student name. And for the second one, we'll showcase the project name. So type project. Alright, so basically that's all for our table head. And we'll move to the body. So type table body. And inside the table body, we'll create a new row. And inside this row, we'll use ng for directive in order to iterate to our assignment result hash map. So we'll type let item of assignment result. And for our assignment result hash map, we need to transform this item object into an array of key value pair. Therefore, I will add key value pipe of Angular. So we'll type pipe and key value. And inside the new row, I'll start by displaying the item key. So I'll add a new data set. And inside the data set, I'll type item.key. Alright. And for the next data set, it's gonna be equal item.value. So we'll try to refresh the page to check errors. And basically we don't have any errors. And right now we can back to the browser to test our assignment result. So we'll click on assignment. And as you can see, we have got the result. So basically that was the last part of our Angular project. So please guys, if you have enjoyed the content, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. And for the next section, we'll try to deploy this amazing project to the cloud.